I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Bayless,
Present.
Councilmember Leon,
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz,
Present.
Councilmember Maz,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Meeks.
Present.
Let the record show we have 5 members present.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem, there are none.
Madam Clerk, can you call, are there any speakers? Can you call forward any speakers to address the closed session?
I'm noting for the record we don't have any in-person speakers and we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Thank you. We will close public comment on the closed session agenda and we will recess to closed session. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. The first, thank you. We're reconvening the meeting. The first item on our agenda is the invocation that will be offered this evening by Reverend Jessica Strisco from the Anaheim United Methodist Church. Following that, Councilmember Maas will lead us in the flag salute. Will you please stand?
Let us pray. God of all, we gather together tonight, setting aside this time for the city and neighbors that we care so much about. Help us to engage in civic dialogue and to use our voices, efforts, and resources to work for the good of our community. Help us listen well to one another and find ways to partner together to make a positive difference. Guide us to consider all of Anaheim's residents in the work and conversation shared here tonight. We are mindful, O God, that there are people around us who are fearful or struggling. We ask that you help us treat others as we would want to be treated and to show compassion. Make us respectful of differences and inspire us to find common ground that can lead to human flourishing. May our engagement in this meeting tonight move us toward those goals. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Councilmember Maas?
Thank you. As we salute our flag, please join me in reflecting on the men and women who have served our country and who continue to serve. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You are awesome. Thank you. We now have some recognitions. First of our presentations today is recognizing Anaheim retirees with over 20 years of service. Our city thrives because of the hard work and dedication of our employees. Tonight, we're proud to recognize 2 recently retired employees who have served Anaheim for decades, making it a better place. Join us in celebrating the retirement of Lieutenant Richard LaRochelle, who served our city for 30 years. And Sarah Feliciano, a valued management assistant in our utilities department, who dedicated 35 years to the people of Anaheim. All right. We all know how essential public safety and reliable utilities are to our community. Our police and utilities departments keep us safe and quite literally keep the lights on. For many of us, the workplace becomes our second home, a place where we spend much of our time and make meaningful contributions. Again, thank you for choosing Anaheim as your home away from home and for your unwavering commitment to our city and its people. We wish you both a fulfilling retirement. You have earned it. So, want to step up, please? Lieutenant, do you want to say anything?
Sure. Well, first off, I'd just like to say thank you to my fiance, Janet, and our kids, Noel, Isabella, and Junior over here. And the rest of my family have shown up tonight. And it was a long, amazing career that I had at the city of Anaheim. Actually started when I was 19 in the city of Anaheim as a traffic controller, and then just recently retired. So it was a very fruitful career, an amazing career that I value and I will always cherish, and spent many nights in this room at meetings and stuff. So just want to say thank you to everybody, and looking forward to the rest of my retirement. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Now we have a presentation recognizing Richard Stein's appointment to the California Arts Council by Governor Gavin Newsom. We're also proud to celebrate Richard Stein on this recent appointment to the California the California Arts Council. This appointment reflects Richard's decades of leadership and dedication to the arts. He'll be the first Orange County member since 2015 and representing Anaheim. Richard has championed the role of the arts in enriching lives and strengthening communities while expanding access to culture and creativity. We look forward to the impact he will continue to make at the local and state levels. Congratulations, Richard. We are proud to celebrate this milestone with you. Congratulations. Would you like to say anything?
Thank you so much for recognizing the arts, and it's been a pleasure of mine. By the way, I just retired as the CEO of Arts Orange County, the Countywide Arts Council too, so I feel it's kind of a nice little segue to be appointed by the governor and help on a statewide level. But I had the privilege of working with so many artists and arts organizations here in Anaheim, including a lot of in-depth work that we did with Museo, in which for about 6 months I served as its interim director while we were conducting a search. So Anaheim Ballet, Chance Theater, these are wonderful arts institutions you have here. And I know that's just, the tip of the iceberg. There's so many creative, wonderful creative people here. Stay creative, Anaheim, and thank you again for recognizing me.
Thank you. This next presentation, I'm going to turn over to Councilmember Rubalcava, who asked us to add this.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Meeks. So August is Chicano Heritage Month, and today we are recognizing a very special group, and this recognition is just near and dear to my heart. So Chicano Heritage holds a special place in the heart of history in Anaheim. Like so many in Anaheim, it's part of my family history as a fourth-generation Mexican-American Chicana. Since 2023, we have formally recognized Chicano Heritage Month, honoring the contributions of our Mexican-American community. The culture of Anaheim has been shaped by the art, literature, engagement, and creativity of our Chicano residents. Founded in Anaheim, the Najarenos Car Club is a proud Chicano lowrider car club rooted in culture, tradition, and community. What began as a small group of enthusiasts has grown into a family-oriented club dedicated to preserving the beauty of lowrider culture while uplifting the community that raised them. They give back through annual car shows, yearly school supply drives, and as part of the Anaheim Halloween Parade. I have been proud to work with the club to promote wellness and mental health and to break cultural stigmas and support strong well-being for our community. We are honored to have Tommy Ruiz, a member of the car club, and others with us tonight. Tommy, if you could please join us to say a few words and accept this recognition.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tommy Reese. I am the treasurer of Naranjeros Car Club. On behalf of our car club, I would like to thank Natalie Rubalcava for including us in recognition of Chicano Heritage Month. We support and appreciate Natalie in all that she does for the city of Anaheim. We also support Carlos Leon and look forward to working with Kristen Mas. Our lowriding culture is more than just cars. It's about family. It is an artistic expression and community where we customize cars, our mobile works of art that showcase our resilience. pride and identity. We are tied to the community, and through our culture, we are here to serve the city of Anaheim. Special thank you to Lou Correa for reintroducing this important Chicano Heritage Month to California. Thank you, guys.
Look over here. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Hold that pose.
Next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Madam Clerk, will you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We do have 3 this evening, recognizing the month of September 2025 as National Preparedness Month, recognizing it as National Library Card Sign-Up Month, and also recognizing as World Alzheimer's Awareness Month. For National Preparedness Month, we do have our fire chief that is here to accept our Fire Chief Russell.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council and city staff on recognizing September as Emergency Preparedness Month. We're always striving to be prepared, respond, and when we need to recover from any emergencies. And we know we have to stay vigilant. We know it's not a matter of if, it's when, and with your support, we'll be prepared and all city staff will be prepared to serve our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's it. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem, there are none.
So, Madam Clerk, can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first speakers addressing the agenda?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Speakers have 1 opportunity to address the City Council. The public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the Council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it'll be open at the end of Council business. The time limit for public comments is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, we ask that you please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. En todas las juntas del Consejo Municipal se ofrecen servicios de interpretación simultánea al español por medio del uso de audífonos y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para obtener servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, tenga la amabilidad de ponerse en contacto con la secretaria municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada. Muchas gracias.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and that we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We do appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:26 with a 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 6:56 or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask speakers to please line up at the podium once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. And Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, for agenda items, we have 2 speakers. The first speaker for item number 4 is Mr. Paul Hayek.
I've got word that the county is going to sublet all the busing for all the shelters, and this no walk-in, walk-out is part of Andrew Doe's shenanigans from the county. He's no longer a county member. He got canned. Let's make these shelters walk-in, walk-out where applicable. And the chairman of the board of supervisors is putting an ad hoc committee together to make it happen. Let's make them walk in, walk out, even the winter shelter. I know who's the kingpin who did it. Maybe I ought to give his name. Donald F. Gaffney, Deputy DA, appointed by Schwarzenegger to be Superior Court Judge in Fullerton. His wife put me on the street.
Our next speaker, Janine Robbins.
To the public, the press, and the FBI, Anaheim is bleeding and the wound is corruption. We were promised reform. We were promised transparency. What we got instead was a recycled cast of scandal-ridden insiders, still pulling strings behind closed doors while the public foots the bill. To the reporters in this room, you've covered the Sidhu scandal. You've seen the documents, the guilty pleas, the backroom deals, but the story didn't end there. Staff tied to that administration are still employed, council calendars remain inaccurate, the ethics officer is silent, and lobbyists sit on boards with blatant conflicts of interest. This isn't just negligence, it's a coordinated failure of oversight. To the people of Anaheim, Ashley's luxury trip to Qatar, with her share of expenses, almost $17,000, has been hidden, unreported. No mention of the Dubai leg, no mention of the Mito Japan trip. These are not oversights, these are deliberate omissions. Meanwhile, Melahat Rafi'i, convicted for corruption, sentenced to 6 months in jail, but her influence still lingers. We watched her, Ashley, and Natalie Rubakova sit on the fair board and treat public service like a personal playground. Free concerts, free food, free rides, all paid for by you, and it's been transferred now to the city. And now, Natalie Meeks has funneled almost $82,000 from the general fund to GC Strategies on July 17th, a company owned by her own senior policy aide, Cameron Wessel. At the time, his office was inside of Visit Anaheim, not in the same building, not on the same floor, but actually inside the same office, the same organization implicated in financial misconduct. He has been an aide for Sidhu, O'Neill, and Fessel in the past. How dare you bring him into this building? 2 weeks later, on July 30th, he notified the state that he will conveniently relocate next to City Hall. This is not coincidence, this is calculated. To the FBI, you've already exposed one layer of rot, but it goes deeper. The connections, the payments, the abuse of public trust, it's all still happening. Anaheim residents are being defrauded in plain sight. We urge you to dig further, follow the money, follow the relationships. The corruption didn't end with Sidhu, it simply evolved. This is not just a local issue, it's a systemic betrayal of democracy. Anaheim deserves better, and we're calling on every journalist, every resident, and every federal investigator to help us clean house. The time for silence is over. The time for transparency is past due. The time for accountability is now. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes our speakers on agenda items. We'll move forward to general comments. We have 8 speakers. The first speaker, Ruben Soto. If he can please step forward. Ruben Soto.
Yes, I'm here. Dear City Council meeting, a long time ago, my mom, I've had mental health since I was a little boy, very toxic with my dad. But you know what? These cops and everybody did. That's why I yell, scream them, cuss them out. Even in the jail, even in the police department, when they take me to Fulton, And it's all been documented. She told me, make sure you tell the truth when you go to your therapist. And I always have. I've had many psychiatrists, psychologists. And this is a letter, email from the White House. The White House has received your thoughtful message and request for assistance. We are sorry to learn serious difficulties you and your family are experiencing. After carefully reviewing your correspondence, we feel your concerns could be best addressed by the state or local level. Please contact your government officials by visiting their website for further guidance. Additionally, we encourage you to seek assistance from civil services, agency, and organizations in your area that may be able to provide immediate relief. The President is grateful for your letter and appreciates your kindness and continued support. Thank you, Office Presidential Correspondence. Now, Social Services, orangecounty.gov, contacted me about 2 weeks ago. Here's the Social Services with disability for my mental health that I had for many years. Now, when this goes through, and she's going to take me tomorrow, everybody's going to get in trouble because there's laws against that. So everything everybody done to me, churches, nobody helped. But you know what? I'm getting there. Anyway, it just proves when you don't drink or do drugs, God will push you through all the bull crap, but people do drugs and think they can tell you what to do. And I'm a man. I don't need to be going to your church and told how to pay my child support. And even though you threw me in the gutter, all these churches and people and family law, I still go forward, living in the streets at my age. And now I get my help I deserve. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Hi, Preparedness Month. We have 11 fire stations and Long Beach has 23. Natalie Meek should be really concerned about that. There's fires all around. We spent $1.6 billion to expand the resort industry. If you want to bring in new similar industry, you need to give them free $4 billion in today's dollars comparatively. As Ashley might have mentioned, we want to bring in new industry for taxes. Corruption, of course, we're touching on that. Like a bad cologne, tends to linger long after the offenders have left the room. The Anaheim City Council still reeks of it, obviously. We know what the FBI called it, the cabal, a word that conjures images of dark rooms, whispered bargains, and briefcases full of cash. Most of you sitting on that dais didn't just get donations, you received political dowries, up to $700,000 each from Disney Worldwide. This isn't campaign support, that's a purchase order. And what did Anaheim receive in return? An 18,000-page Disney expansion agreement, a volume so massive, Tolstoy would have waved the white flag after chapter 1, and not a single dissenting vote. Not someone stopped and said, what about the environmental impacts, the traffic, the 14,000 new underpaid employees, and where they'll live? No, you signed the deal as though it were a timeshare contract in Cancun. Meanwhile, we watched as Malahat Rafidi was sentenced to 6 months in prison for profiting off our democracy as you are. Her crime, selling influence, as you do. Your crime, buying it wholesale, then dressing it up in resolutions and ribbon cuttings. Democracy in Anaheim has been converted into a franchise, and the franchise happens to have mouse ears. Facts have a way of persisting even when drowned in Disney fireworks and PR spin. Facts are these: you were bought, you were sold. The people of Anaheim are left paying the bill in traffic and pollution, in housing shortages, in the elimination of political trust. Democracy, if it's meant to mean anything, it must mean that no corporation, not even a mouse, owns the government sworn to protect its citizens. So tell me, council members, is your legacy governance or is it servitude?
Good evening, Mayor. Oh, Mayor's not here, but council members. My name is Pablo Castillo, and I'm a resident of the Turnberry community in Anaheim, right in front of the lemon tree. I'm here tonight on behalf of 70-plus neighbors. to raise urgent concerns about ongoing criminal activity connected to the Lemon Tree Hotel, which is directly impacting our safety and quality of life. We as residents have done everything within our power. We have called the police multiple times when incidents occur. We're also working with the police, with Anaheim Police. Thank you to the police department. Last week, we held our first community watch program. Where we organized our community watch program last week to look out for one another, like our neighbors. We've tried to document and report suspicious activity. I'll give you some examples. Throughout the night, we've had women with showers from the Lemon Tree Hotel run through our neighborhood just with shower curtains. We've had bloody people run through our community. And these are $800, almost $1 million properties. I'm Pablo Castillo. I'm a big data engineer. My spouse is in finance. I'm in tech. We're trying to make this work in Anaheim. We need your help. We want to live here. It's a very nice community, very nice neighbors, but we need your help. So what we're asking for the council to do, and we already took the first action, we did our community watch program, but we need stronger code enforcement, conduct regular inspections of the Lemon Tree Hotel to ensure compliance with health, safety, and licensing laws, enhance police presence. I'm hoping that we can assign dedicated patrols in the area, especially at night, to deter criminal activity. City attorney, legal action, consider nuisance abatement action against the property if they continue to generate prostitution, narcotic sales, and other criminal activity. So again, we want to thank the police officers. I think it's Officer Rodriguez, Officer Hefferman, who've been working with us in their efforts. But this problem is bigger than calling the police. We need the city's leadership to step in and take some meaningful action. So please help us restore the safety of our Turnberry community and ensure that the Lemon Tree Hotel is held accountable for the impact that it has had to our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
You may have seen on the news, Trump's ICE thugs had a field day in Anaheim on Saturday the 16th, illegally kidnapping 5-day laborers at Home Depot, setting off tear gas at Euclid Car Wash because they couldn't catch any car washeros, and beating up and arresting citizen Isaac Dominguez for talking back to them. Thanks to Carlos and Kristen for showing up this time, and the Anaheim Contigo page is a little more thorough and honest now. But we can't ignore that Trump's federal government is at war with the people of Anaheim, and we need a council that'll fight for us. For the 4th time, I urge Anaheim to do like Los Angeles and many other cities and have our police department protect our people from the law-breaking immigration thugs as far as they legally can without obstructing or interfering. They can serve and protect Anaheim's people as they're sworn to do by verifying agents' identities and warrants, documenting arrests and the identities of those taken, and more. This is not a radical idea. Look, this time I even brought you guys sample ordinances that they're looking at in Santa Ana. This will be for the council and Rob and Jim. Why can't we have the things they have in Santa Ana? I had to tell people that no, you can't make Zoom comments here in Anaheim the way you can in other cities. Why? We can't afford it with Disneyland here? I used to blame it on Harry Sadu, but he's been gone 3 years now. A lot of us come here every meeting with good ideas, and it's like talking into the void. If none of you are going to agendize having our police protect us from ICE, can you at least say why you won't? Can you say why you won't discuss the problem of perchlorates in our drinking water, or why you think it doesn't come from Disney fireworks, or if you've even looked into this at all? Some of you say you're doing something, and then we never hear about it again. Natalie Rubalcaba said last year, hello, and early this year that she was going to bring an ordinance to at least have the city enforce the state's tenant protection laws, which are otherwise unenforced. What happened? Did you change your mind? The people deserve to know so we can go ahead with some plan B if you're not going to do it. I was talking to you, Natalie. No, other Natalie. Uh-oh, I think she's sleeping. 4 of you are up for re-election next year, and these are times of crisis, and we need a council that's tough and bold and fights for the people. And the things that people are asking for are not radical. Other cities have them. Anaheim needs real rent control like Santa Ana has. There's no reason landlords should be able to raise their rents every year by the cost of living plus 5%, up to 10%. Why should their profit margin increase every year by 5%? Cost of living is fine. This is not a radical idea. Every damn city that depends on tourism and entertainment venues has an entertainment tax. This is not a radical idea. 2% entertainment tax in the big venues, excluding Anaheim residents. You can put it on the ballot for us to vote on. Maybe then we could even afford putting our meetings on Zoom. Last I checked, that was $200 a year. But for now, at least tell us why you won't instruct our police force to protect our residents from ICE and those who pretend to be ICE, or else do
Mr.
it.
Nelson, I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
your time is up.
Thank you.
So I'm here. I've been at the Home Depot for 3 weeks at Anaheim. We've seen a lot of scouts, a lot of ICE agents. We got raided on our 7th day being there. I just want to let you know, thank you to Leon and Ms. Moss. Thank you for showing up. But it's not enough. It's not enough. We're continuing to be harassed. We're being followed home. There's just not enough help out there. Also, the Contigo website is not doing well. It's a total mess, and I think we should also expand to a legal system that we could protect immigrant people for free. At least, I don't know, say $300,000, $350,000. Also, I suggest that every one of you go out there at least an hour every day and talk to the day laborers. See what their mental state is at. They're on edge every day. Some of them don't eat because they're on the lookout. Like, it's just, we're being terrorized every day. We're being kidnapped every day, and y'all don't see it. And I want to bring that awareness to here. Also, Norma Campos, District 4 needs you. Ponderosa needs you. They're being harassed by a cop, and you know about it. And you haven't done anything about it when you can. You can do. And we're asking for your help as well. We're waiting on you. You've had a meeting with them. You told them you couldn't do anything when you can. So whenever you can, those people need you, and we want to have a meeting with you. Please. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Matthew Duncan.
Matthew Duncan, I previously shared with you my concerns about the city of Anaheim's use of rodenticides, illegal rodenticides, on all 4 sides of this building. As of last October, I was concerned to see that probably the 2 most hideous of all of them, which are bromadiolone and difascinone, were still there. Bromadiolone was banned on January 1 of 2001. Difascinone was banned on January 1 of 2024. So they were both had been banned. They were still here. And they were owned by Animal Pest Management Services. And I don't have time to talk about them, but I wasn't surprised that he didn't pick them up. So I came back and checked again early this summer. Still there. Again, the bromadiolone should have been removed in before January 1 of 2001. Still here. So I did what the State Department of Pesticide Regulation recommends, and that is I contacted the Orange County Department of Agriculture and the inspector, and I use them. They have contracts with this same company where I live. They have 80 bait boxes out there. He's been busted 3 times. So anyway, back to Anaheim. The inspector talked to me about 3 weeks ago. She said she was going to be coming here, asked me to pinpoint on a map of this building where the boxes were. I'm happy to do that, just like I'd be happy to help you on the coyote issue. But anyway, so she came out, she did her investigation. The results of the investigation will be forwarded to the, the Orange County Custodian of Records. Has not been forwarded yet, but I will be waiting to get a copy of that and to see what the outcome is. Again, they've been cited previously where I live in my community. So we'll see what happens, but I'm just letting you know, if you have questions about anything related to the environmental issues here, I know I've been coming for a couple years. I'm happy to work with you. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Good afternoon. We're gathering at City Hall as a resident volunteer hub that has been supporting day laborers at the Home Depot with water, food, and community work we fund ourselves and do on our own time. In this effort, we've built trust, family, and safety, filling gaps where outreach and city support have fallen short. At the last city council meeting, both residents and day laborers bravely shared their stories of fear and targeting, only to see ICE arrive days later and detain 5 of our neighbors, including Amado, who spoke publicly about his cancer diagnosis and his wish to keep working to support his son. The kidnappings of our 30 neighbors, people kidnapped up to this date, have shown the gaps in outreach to our most vulnerable communities. We are asking that the city expand the Contigo Fund and dedicate resources to stronger boots on the ground support and legal resources. We appreciate the few city council members who have visited the hub and heard directly from our workers. However, that wasn't until we questioned Mike Lesner's intentions when he showed up expecting to speak to workers without a translator and then made inappropriate comments about our workers' broken English. All city council members and staff should meet workers, hear from them directly, and fill critical gaps in outreach into our most vulnerable community members. Many community members have told me the Contigo program is a waste of time. Those are their words, not mine. They stated that they met with the Ponderosa Resource Center workers, and they told her this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And then they asked her for proof of income, and since she couldn't provide that, they demanded bank statements. She decided not to proceed with the support because it just added more barriers to her life instead of decreasing the barriers. Our community members are still scared and deserve to be helped with dignity. Create a better process and speak with community members directly and make a better effort to understand why they don't want to share their bank statements or proof of income. It's the bare minimum to understand where our communities are coming from. We demand you expand the Contigo Fund by creating an Anaheim Immigrant and Worker Legal Defense Fund modeled after Santana's program, which recently committed $250,000 for immigration legal services, renewable annually, to ensure rapid legal support and know your rights clinics are available right where workers gather.
Happy day. Yeah, there seems to be a misunderstanding. When members of the public, myself included, and we stand here, we want to help you. Each and every one of you. I don't think I've ever said that I wanted you out of office, or I wanted you to quit, or I wanted you to leave. There's one exception, but that's not my rally cry. That's not an ongoing theme. And long before having that person leave, long before wanting to have Natalie leave, and I even came here and said this, just wanted you to meet with us and conduct business. And I realized, and I've noticed over the last couple meetings, and one of them, Carlos, there was a speaker who spoke, and you literally shrunk 4 inches. And I can remember at the Board of Supervisors, there was a speaker named Cameron Love who spoke, and Dawn Wagner shrunk 6 inches in the 3 minutes of her speech, because that's how bad it made him feel. That's how guilty, that's how uncomfortable, that's how sad, that's how remorseful you felt because of what the speaker said during their comments. 3 minutes. You had to endure what we're sharing with you for 3 minutes. I don't know who that speaker was, but I do know that they live with that feeling 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for their entire life. And they're just waiting for you to address that issue. We care about you. We don't want you to go through that. We want you to meet with us, to communicate with us, to conduct business. You know, I'm not necessarily proud that I rallied for Natalie to be recalled, but it wasn't that wasn't my first thing. That wasn't my first point of action. There was probably a year, 6 months to a year of opportunities for Natalie to conduct business, meet with me, and just be Natalie. You know, I'm in court right now, and I spent 2 hours with a judge during a hearing. Literally almost 3 hours. And the judge is looking at all these complaints and everything that's going on, and he finally got frustrated. He goes, Mr. K, you're so nice. He goes, you're too nice. He goes, I lock people up for killing people for being nice. And so he goes, okay, we'll keep going with the hearing, but Mr. K, you have to stop being so nice. And I think that was kind of a sad documentary, a sad point that judge was cornered into. Because we come down here being nice to try and help you make healthy decisions so you can sit up proud, so you can be healthy, so you can be happy.
Mr. K, your time is up.
Please don't misunderstand why we come down here. And to the council member who told me to be myself, please, thank you. But the only way I can be myself is if I'm
Mr. K,
free.
I'm sorry. Your time
And
is
I
up.
need you to be yourself too. Please, thank you. It's a gift you give me, and it's a gift I give you. Happy day.
Our next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Penelope. I'm a resident of District 2. And like some folks coming here to speak, I am part of a resident group, concerned residents who have been showing up to the Home Depot to support day laborers. We support with water, with food, and we build community. This is work that we fund ourselves and that we do on our own time. Parents come before school drop-offs, between school drop-offs, between their lunch breaks. It's work that is hard, but has been very possible because we are caring residents. We care about our community. And in this effort, we build trust, we build a family, and we build safe, and we have grown safety, filling the gaps where outreach and city support have fallen short. And I want to take a moment to uplift Amado's name. Amado spoke at the last city council meeting. He shared his testimony very bravely he shared about his cancer diagnosis. He shared about his wish to continue working until his last day to support his 15-year-old son. And days later, he was targeted at the Home Depot. He was hunted like an animal, and he was detained and deported. We come to ask you to expand the Contigo Fund and dedicate resources to stronger boots on the ground support. Day laborers are part of our community. They are our fathers, they are our mothers, our siblings, our neighbors, and we refuse to let fear, racism, and fascism drive our community into the shadows. We ask you to join us on the ground. It is not enough to talk about change, to talk about care. It is a commitment, and a commitment that you have to make. Council members and staff should meet workers, hear directly from them, from day laborers and other workers, and fill critical gaps in outreach to our most vulnerable communities. We ask you to expand the Contigo Fund by creating an Anaheim Immigrant and Worker Legal Defense Fund, modeled after Santana's program, which recently committed $250,000 for immigration legal services, which are renewable annually. This is to ensure rapid legal support and also Know Your Rights clinics are available where workers gather. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
How are we doing today, council members? So my name is John, and I'm in resident of District 2. And I also want to talk to you guys about your multi-year strategic plan and how is that working for you guys? Because all I see is you guys are still on step 2, you know, making it livable for everybody, right? Isn't that what you guys want to do? And what's a part of your plan is making luxury apartments leading to higher rents? It doesn't make no sense to me. And also, there's no like rent control in Anaheim. I remember 10 years ago, an apartment building that's on my block was like under 2,000. Now it's over 3,000. I don't know how that makes sense. I don't know if you guys can make sense of that. And also, I want to talk to you about how we're still on step 2, how we're gonna enhance livability if we're still having Disneyland putting chemicals in our waters. You think it makes me feel good at night when I go take a shower? And like I just think about like, you know, I'm showering in all these chemicals, how Disney wants me to die earlier at age, you know. I don't think I'm gonna make it to Natalie Meek's age, you know. I don't even think I'm gonna make it that far. I also want to like go back onto to step 2. Why can't the police department protect Anaheim citizens and make sure the people know their rights and get people identification like in Santana, you know? I feel like Anaheim could do that. We have the resources. We got Teslas now, right? Tell me now. We got Teslas. So we obviously have money, right? And I also want to talk about how with the ICE raids, you know, how like the Contigo Fund could help that. But you guys have a lot of money, bro, you know? You guys could keep going more up, you know, aim for 300,000. Someone obviously wanted to get that 50,000 paycheck in their pocket, you know what I'm saying? So there's that. And I also want to talk about how Mike Lister, you know Mike Lister, he always, I thought his name was Brock Lesnar or something, Mike Lesnar, but he always comes through to the Home Depot where I'm at on Brookers and right next to Crescent, so you guys know where I'm at. And, you know, he always comes through, but never wants to talk with us, like actual Spanish speakers. Like, I think he's scared or something. So if you guys could pass along that message, you know, I think he's scared of us or something because he doesn't want to come talk to us. And I also want to thank Mr. Leon coming through. Appreciate you, man. You know, but there's always something more. There's something more you could help us with, you know. You can always come through with more stuff, you know. There's always more stuff. Hey, thank you too, Miss Mouse or something. You know, also want to just thank all you guys, you know. And I also want to say, Mrs. Meeks, you're not Ashley. Get out of that chair. What are you doing? And also, Meeks, fuck you for voting against the Contigo Fund.
Your time is up.
Don't think people don't know about that, all right?
Public comment time
You're
is
a dumb
up.
bitch, all right?
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com, where I'll note this meeting in a few days. There is money available for those legal funds that you're suggesting, or to put more money into Contigo, and it's $33 million in the ATID surplus sitting there. It's the people's money, not the hoteliers. We need to discuss it. It's been discussed privately with the hoteliers and certain council members and ATID members, but that was June 26, and the public was explicitly excluded from that meeting. Moving on, public engagement. I've tried comments, and like many of you, they don't seem to go very far. So I've put them in writing. I submitted a letter to the ATID Advisory Board, the council, the mayor, 13 people in all, and I got one response from the ethics officer. There were 31 questions in my letter. I numbered them so they would be easy to follow. I got 2 answers. I'm 29 short. That's not public engagement. If you want to hear public engagement, I suggest you go back to the public comments of the last meeting. Many of you were busy on your phones, so I've taken the time to give you some comments that I thought were quite powerful. So let's start at the 3 hour, 1 minute and 19 second. You might want to write this down. That was Marlena Estrados. Then there's one at the 3 hour, 6 minute and 55 second mark. That was Marian Angeles. At the 3 hour and 16 minute and 40 second mark was Izzy's. At the 3 hour, 35 minute and 50 second mark was Fernandez. And perhaps the strongest that linked it together was Carolina Mendez's at the 3 hour, 41 minute and 8 second mark. And they closed with a very powerful one at the 4 hour, 8 minute and 28 second mark, Hortensia's. I hope the reporters out there take note of this. Well, 30 seconds, a lot to cover here. I think I'll just use my 15 seconds here so you can contemplate things. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Kenneth Batiste.
First thing, giving honor to God, always. Those on the council is honoring, serving the God of the people. Are you doing everything that you can to help your constituents? When they are dealing with Gestapo type defamation, illegally being picked up, no judicial process. Are you okay with this? What is, my point is this right here to hear. What does it have to do? Does it have to be somebody that you know, somebody that you related to, somebody that you have a relationship? See, the problem with America is and Anaheim is, we don't care about things until they affect us. Now, all of a sudden, if it affects us, it's a problem. No, the point of it is moral ethics stand taller than anything else. We live in a time of corruption from our White House, meaning that there's corruption all the way down. But who's going to stand up? Who's going to be the person for the people? All of the people. Poor, white, Black, Hispanic, Chinese. I spoke about prejudice before. Remember, there was a time about COVID, China. Let me tell you about hate. Hate is like a cancer, and they don't get enough eaten. My point of it is, that's why character is low. We are controlled by a process of special interests. And now people say, well, what about the rent? Excuse me, what do you mean about the rent? They are for gentrification. Highest rent. What does a 2-bedroom go for over there in Sir George? Last time I went ahead and checked, it was getting there $4,000 a month. Wages, come on. We have other countries investing into our country, and our people can't even afford to live here in peace, let alone anything else, in peace, when they're already behind the 8 ball, when families are moving in with each other to move into each other with apartments so they can make things meet. When people go ahead and come home from their parking spot and they gotta walk 5 blocks away for their daughter coming home after she done went to school and worked 8 hours before she come home. ICE, come on now, ICE, Gestapo. What are you going to stand for?
Mr. Batista, I'm sorry, your time is up.
My point is this right here. Don't wait for the terror to happen to you before you do something about it. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Antonio Carrillo.
Hello, my name is Antonio Carrillo. I came here to tell you I'm very thankful for you. You've been helping the community a lot. You've been giving us a lot. The peace officers, much love and respect. You keep us safe in the streets, because I know I'm always out there cleaning up the streets. I don't see none of you guys out there doing your part. I see the community people out there. I see the city council members out there giving you guys free backpacks, giving you guys stuff for school, and there's the way you guys repay them back. I don't see nobody giving them thanks for what they've done for you guys. And that's why I'm here, to let you guys know I'm very grateful and thankful. Thank you so much for being there for us. Because you know the streets are so safe out there. We got beautiful parks out there. I never seen Anaheim so beautiful. And I've been here since 1986. And I thank you guys, and I love you guys. Much love and respect for you, for the peace officers, and for everybody who cares about Anaheim. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Hello, Anaheim. I too would like to say that I've been here in Anaheim most of my life. In 2017, I was in the Police Explorers for Anaheim, and 2018, around 2019, I did some community service and some support for OCCC, if you're familiar with that. You know, and been in Anaheim almost all my life, you know. Moved out of state for a while, for about a year or two, came back. But point is, born and raised, always loved it, got no complaints, right? Last time I stood before you guys, I was homeless. I was at a shelter, so now I have my apartment, right? The only problem is my utilities is my only complaint. So I signed a emergency utility voucher, which I had then turned in, and when I turned it in, I was told that I need to pay the entire amount, not just the with the credit. Well, I told him, I said, I can't get any money until the 10th of next month. So I've been in the dark, no AC, and as you know, it's been about 100 degrees lately. So I've been cooking like a damn turkey, part of my language, but roasting like a fucking duck or a chicken in there. And it's been pretty damn hot. No lights, no AC, just sitting in the dark. Can't even tell where I'm walking half the damn time. Nowhere to even charge my phone and put a flashlight up in the room, so I have to go across the street. I do use Section 8 and housing for it, so I can only make a standard amount of money to meet the requirements and the criteria of housing. So if I try to, I get people ask, well, why don't you try and go make some more money and put them back on? Well, you know, like I said, I can only make a certain standard amount. Otherwise, they'll shut my, you know, everything off on me. So, you know, it won't be just the utilities. They'll shut out all my programs and everything off. So that's my only problem right now. So maybe we can discuss that with somebody and get that evaluated. Because I did sign the emergency utility voucher across the street with these guys, and not much help at all. So now I'm stuck for, now we're going on almost a little over a month now. I've just been in the dark, roasting in the dark, roasting in my own house like a freaking turkey in a oven-baked oven. So that's all I want to say. So somebody can help me out with that. I'm really, really fucking hot in there. So, and it's dark, and there's no lights, nowhere to charge anything, and nowhere to plug anything really. So thank you.
Mr. Moreno, our director of our utilities is in the back there, and he may be able to direct you into some sort of assistance program. I'm not sure what the options are for you.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive 7 general comments. Those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website, and it can be found at anaheim.net/public comment.
Thank you. We will now close the public comment portion of this meeting and move to council communications. Is there council members that would like to speak? Go to Councilmember Maas.
Thank you. I have some slides to share. Thank you. So last week, Disney celebrated 70 happiest hours in Anaheim. Anaheim was full of fun thanks to Disney's 70th happiest hours. This slide highlights 2 great moments. One was the Disney toddler story time at the Sunkissed branch of the Anaheim Library. And on Friday, Disney brought the magic to the opening game of Catella High School's football season. I want to congratulate Catella High School on their win, 21-7, and just give a thank you to the Disney cast members for coordinating these events, as well as our city staff for ensuring that they all ran smoothly. Next slide, please. Last Friday, I had a great visit to the Orange County Family Justice Center. I had the privilege of touring the center here in Anaheim. This center serves as a vital resource for individuals experiencing domestic violence, child abuse, sexual assault, and elder abuse. It offers a safe, confidential, and supportive environment where survivors can access a range of services, including legal assistance, court support, and advocacy, all in one space. It's crucial for our community to know that help is available. If you or someone you know is in crisis, the Orange County Family Justice Center can be reached at 714-765-1645. Their team provides the support and resources needed to help individuals navigate challenging situations. I really commend their team for creating a safe and supportive space for individuals and families in some of the most difficult times of their life. Next slide, please. Over the weekend, I was honored to be the invited guest at the Indian Independence Day celebration here in Anaheim. The celebration also welcomed council members from La Palma and Artesia. It was a wonderful evening to see families enjoying performances, food, and traditions that make this event so special. A thank you to District 5 resident Mahesh for serving on the volunteer committee who helped organize the festivities. I also want to thank all of the volunteers who made this happen, as well as our parks staff for their support. This was a reminder that in Anaheim, we don't just welcome cultures from around the world, we celebrate them. And that strength, that diversity is our strength as a community. Next slide, please. Thank you. On Friday, August 15th, District 5 families came together for a back-to-school giveaway organized by a community leader, Fatima Zaragoza. Fatima worked hard to secure donations and coordinate this event so that local students had supplies they needed to start the school year strong. I'd like to thank my team for being there to share city resources with families. And most importantly, I want to recognize Fatima for stepping up and doing what she can when she can to support those around her. Lastly, I'd like to thank my colleague, Councilmember Rubakava, for connecting me with her so that I could be a part of this effort. This was a really great example of when we work together, we can lift up our neighborhoods and help our families to thrive here in Anaheim. And one last slide. Thank you. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to close this evening's meeting in the memory of Armando Diego. Tonight, we take a moment to remember and honor Armando, who passed away on August 16th at the young age of 51. He was a proud alumni of Catella High School and Chapman University. Armando was not only a Hall of Fame inductee for his remarkable soccer career, but he also served his community with passion as a teacher and a club soccer coach. His warmth, whether through a loud laugh, a big hug, or a te quiero mucho, lit up every room and made everyone feel seen and loved. Our thoughts are with his wife, Yvette, his daughter, Tatiana, his stepdaughters, Jasmine, Sasha, and Destiny, and his mother, Hortensia. We give our love to all who knew and loved him. Thank you. That's the last of my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos-Kurtz.
Thank you. I just have one slide, Madam Clerk. This is an invitation to seniors across our city. On Wednesday, September the 10th at 1 o'clock, we are going to meet at the Anaheim Central Library because we want to hear from you. We want to better understand what your needs are for a senior center, what you'd like to see in a senior center. And there'll be some guests there that from the city, some very active older residents in the city that toured a couple of senior centers in other cities that can share what they saw, and so that our own seniors can start making a list of what is needed in our future senior center. So welcome all to come. Again, it's Wednesday, September the 10th, 1 o'clock at the Anaheim Central Library. More information will be sent out via the website with flyers going to the centers where our seniors have active programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I do have a couple of slides. So I know this was previously mentioned, but Disney, one of our largest employers in the city, did have a 70 hours of, or happiest hours of Anaheim. And I am pleased to announce that they did recognize students at Anaheim High School who recently earned a trip to New York City to perform at Carnegie Hall. We had, for those of you who watch public comments, we actually had a couple of parents come to public comment last weekend and ask the city for support to help get the students there. Well, Disney was able to provide them with $50,000, which will help get the students to Carnegie Hall, which is an opportunity of a lifetime. And I'm very proud as a graduate of Anaheim High School to see these students get this experience and opportunity. And I just also wanted to give a shout out to Mrs. Cisneros, who is the teacher who is leading the charge with these students. So congratulations to the students, and thank you to Disney for your support and for recognizing this chamber group. I also just wanted to mention thank you to Community Services. They're going to get a lot of love tonight, I'm sure. But we had, as everybody knows, August is Chicano Heritage Month in the city of Anaheim, as well as at the state level. But we had the second annual opening reception for our Chicano art exhibition in downtown Anaheim's Community Center. I highly recommend, if you have not had a chance to visit this, you absolutely have to. We had a featured guest, our very own Frankie Castillo, who graduated from Anaheim High School. We also have Rich Romero's, who's featured in this picture with our chief, and a lot of other artists. But you can see the wonderful art that's created by these Anaheim residents or former Anaheim residents and who've had an impact on our Chicano history in Anaheim. This does run through, I believe it's September 14th? Around September 14th. It's on our website, but I recommend going in. They are open till 8 p.m. and it's a wonderful experience. I also just wanted to mention a day of action that I participated in. It was a very peaceful demonstration, just recognizing democracy in not only Anaheim, but across the country. I want to give a shout out to the Orange County Labor Federation, who also assisted in the process to make sure that all of the protesters or the individuals who were expressing their First Amendment right were peacefully doing so by making sure traffic wasn't stopped, and they were directing people from Pearson Park to City Hall. So it was a very peaceful demonstration, and I just wanted to recognize those who were there for the National Day of Action. And then last but not least, I would like to ask Mayor Pro Tem Meeks to please close the meeting in memory of Anaheim High School graduate from class of 1995, and a father and husband who unfortunately passed away at the young age of 46 last week from a heart attack. He leaves behind 5 children. One of them is suffering from a severe medical issue, and his wife, who do live in District 3. There is a GoFundMe, which I will share on my social media, and if you can support this family, we're doing everything that we can to help, since this was an unexpected loss for this family. If you could please close the meeting in memory of Tony Banda, I would appreciate it. And that concludes my council comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Before I begin, I just wanted to confirm, Mr. City Manager, I don't think it's District 2, but I think Mr. Castillo, just wanted to make sure we were able to follow up with him. I don't know if it's connecting him with Deputy Chief.
Yes, representatives from our office actually already looking into it, and so we can certainly follow up with him before he leaves tonight.
Cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. I want to start off by saying thank you to all of the neighbors who came out to our neighborhood meeting with the Greenleaf neighborhood and the northern part of the district. It was a great conversation to sort of focus on what are some of the things that we need to work on in that neighborhood. So just very much appreciate everybody coming out and being a part of that. I also want to echo my colleagues and say thank you to the Disney team who held events in District 2 the last week, including at Walt Disney Elementary, which is in District 2, and is only one of a handful of elementary schools, one of a handful of schools in general that are named after Walt Disney. He was actually at the dedication ceremony for the elementary school, and so I actually got to tour my old school custodian at Maxwell Elementary, who is now the lead custodian for the district, and he's based at Disney Elementary. He was there. He was able to walk around and show the president of the resort sort of some of the old photos, the historic artifacts that they have in there of Walt Disney actually being there at the school, and some of the decorations as well that the company donated to the school and is refurbished on an annual basis. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who helped organize and made that happen. Also very excited about the Arab American Civic Council's Little Arabia celebration that took place this last weekend over at Majeska Park. I want to give a special thank you to all of the city staff who helped make it happen and who worked with the organization to make this a reality, made sure everybody knew the process, made sure that we were thinking of everything that needed to be thought of to make it a successful event. And so far, all I've heard is positive things from the event. I know we had our community services team out there, our public works team was out there as well, making sure everything was going off without a hitch. And so, of course, want to say thank you to the Arab American Civic Council for their work and efforts in organizing this great community celebration. And a shout out to all of the residents that live around Majeska Park that came out to be a part of it, to all the visitors from around the region that stopped by to celebrate. And as Rashad had mentioned, it's important, especially during these times in our community where there's so much fear and uncertainty, just the importance of creating safe spaces for our community to be able to celebrate, to come together, and to really look towards the future in a positive way. So just want to say thank you again to everybody, and we're looking forward to next year's celebration. I also want to, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, a couple more slides. I want to invite folks to join a webinar coming up on September 4th for the OCTA Orange County Bikeways Connectivity Study. Find out how OCTA is working to support safe and connected bikeways across Orange County, including here in Anaheim. You'll be able to learn about the goals of the study, see what's being planned, and of course, share your feedback. So if you're interested and you're able to join the webinar, I believe it's at 6 p.m. on September 4th, you can go ahead and scan the QR code to register. And of course, if you have any feedback and aren't able to join the webinar, you can feel free to send me an email that's also on the screen. And finally, a reminder to save the date for our 3rd annual Active Older Adult Appreciation event, which will be Saturday, September 27th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. over at St. Justin's in District 2. We're looking forward to a great event with obviously our city partners, our community partners, and some entertainment, some health screenings, some great things that are being planned for the event. So hopefully for all you active older adults that are out there, please save the date, and hopefully we'll see you on Saturday, September 27th. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Thank you. I usually try not to double up on comments that have already been said, but this is one time where I'm going to just call out again. Thank you, Disneyland, for coming out, doing the happiest moments throughout the event. I know I attended a couple of them at the Brookhurst Community Center, the senior dance. I think we had we had about 200 people there. I talked to a lot of the seniors that were there, and they were all very appreciative of getting the lunch and, of course, of the singers that were there as well, and also for Tiny Tots. So, I mean, it was a fantastic opportunity. I know that all of the residents that I talked to really enjoyed it. So thank you again at Disneyland. The other thing I'd like to bring up is something that I have something that I have championed for many years, especially on the Parks Commission. We do have a Kaboom build at Maxwell Park coming up on September 4th. I encourage everybody, I don't care where you live, what district you're in, come on down, help us build a playground in a day. It is on September 4th. I believe it starts at 8 o'clock, and you can see the city's website to register. If you happen to be a contractor and you have some good building skills, I believe there's also a day prior where we need people to get ready for the actual build day on September 2nd as well. So if you have some skills, September 2nd, and then on September 4th, we need everybody to come down, help us build the new playground over at Maxwell Park. And then after that, you can attend the Bikeways meeting at 6 o'clock. So thank you very much.
And Councilmember Leon, you had one more item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I apologize, I forgot last time, but definitely District 2 will be representing, since Maxwell's, that's where I learned how to ride my bike. And the playground is important. The last thing I wanted to mention, because I forgot last time, I just wanted to give a thank you and shout out to my team for the back to school, our 3rd annual back to school bash that we held earlier in the month. I forgot to say thank you to them, and of course all of the volunteers, so Angie, Maggie, Kelly, all of the volunteers who really helped make it a reality. I had forgotten to say thank you last time, so now it's on the record that I'm thanking everybody who helped make it happen, and we're very much grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Bayless has one more?
Wait, one more.
No.
I don't know how I forgot this. It's here on my notes, but in regards to the Kaboom build, I would be remiss if I don't mention the Anaheim Ducks Foundation. The Anaheim Ducks are helping fund the playground that's going in, so thank you to the Ducks. And as an added bonus, I think Wild Wing will be there and possibly some of the players. So if I didn't entice you enough with just me, maybe the Wild Wings and the players, come on down September 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. And unfortunately, I am going to be out of town and miss that one, but Kaboom Playground's one of my favorite things. And yes, you do get to shovel mulch next to Ducks players or mix concrete, and it's a great community event, and hopefully more of the community will come out and feel that ownership of building their own park. I also just quickly want to thank Disneyland, the Disneyland Resort, for their 70 hours of magic in the city. They came out to the Kaiser Hospital, and you can imagine the look on the kids' faces when Mickey and Minnie comes into their hospital room and really changes their experience for that day. So that was wonderful. One of the other things that they did was donate $100,000 towards the Veterans Cemetery, which I did not want to go unrecognized, because we are all so supportive of that Veterans Cemetery moving forward and having a final resting place for our veterans. And after I'm done, Councilmember Kurtz will have one more item too. It's the one more item day. And then one last thing, I want to thank Anaheim Public Utilities, and this comes from one of my residents who was just adamant that I find some way to recognize the great staff that went out and really worked diligently to find a water leak in his community that the HOA wasn't recognizing or wasn't paying attention to, and it took a while to track down the leak, and he just was so thankful that your team was diligent. Said he only got a person's name, Jeff, but I know you always do that. You do that for the community and making sure that those water leaks get taken care of, whether there are leaks or a resident's leak or somebody else, because they are important. They break down our pavement. They potentially get into our water table and cause landslides. I mean, you guys are great to stay on top of that and make it happen. So he definitely wanted me to thank you in a public setting. So thank you. And Councilmember Kurtz.
One more. I too want to thank Disneyland Resort for their 70 hours of happiness in Anaheim. In District 4, they stopped at several places. They started out a morning at Ponderosa Elementary School, and it's probably one of my favorites of their visits. The joy in kids' faces when they were told they were going to get some books. And when Mickey Mouse himself came to visit with the kids, was just amazing. So many of those kids don't have the opportunity to visit the park. And to have Mickey visit their school was something I'm sure they'll always remember. The principal will always remember the $15,000 donation to her school library. And so I thank them, Disney, for that. Later in the day, they visited the Ponderosa Community Center, and they gave out over 800 little baskets to kids. So, and that's without any advertising. They went on their way quietly from event to event, supporting areas throughout the city with no advance notice to the public. When word got around in the Ponderosa area that Disney was there, Mickey Mouse was there, Minnie Mouse. More importantly, Miguel from Coco was there in person, brought so much joy to the families in the neighborhood. I thank you for that.
Thank you. And one last announcement. We do have Girls in Government coming up on September 6th. So anybody that has high school age? Junior high and high school age girls that may be interested in this. It's a great career opportunity. Let's learn something about that. It's on our website, so you can get signed up. Now it is time for the city manager's update. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report?
I do. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and members of the public. Anaheim Stadium update. With another season of baseball in Anaheim nearing the final stretch, I wanted to provide a general update on Angel Stadium of Anaheim. We know the stadium is always a matter of public interest, so I want to be clear that there are no long-term discussions taking place and none imminent. As such, this is a general update. In February and March, city staff and consultant Cosmot companies held a series of briefings with council members and the Angels on the Surplus Land Act. The goal was to refresh our understanding of the Surplus Land Act and understand what it means for our stadium. We included the Angels, our tenant of the stadium, as a courtesy. The briefings were a natural follow-up to a general priority outlined in our strategic plan to address the future of the stadium site. A clear takeaway from the briefings is that we first must address the Surplus Land Act issue in the event of any consideration of a sale or a lease. Meanwhile, we are in the second phase of the ongoing stadium assessment under the direction of the City Attorney's Office, working with convention, sports, and entertainment, and with the cooperation of our tenant, Angels Baseball. Engineering consultants are about a third of the way through testing concrete and metal columns throughout our stadium. The work is being done when the team is away and when there are no events. Testing is expected to continue into the fall. The final step in the assessment will be to hire an engineering firm to perform a final assessment based on the testing taking place now, as well as the initial visual assessment done in 2023. We expect a finalized assessment in mid-2026. And one more from our convention center. Earlier this month, the Anaheim Convention Center played host to another great event in our city. The 2025 Pokemon World Championships brought more than 30,000 attendees each day for the 3-day event. Anaheim saw more than 12,000 hotel room nights with the show. This is the third time the competition and Fan Fest has been in Anaheim, with this being the largest one yet. It was a lot of fun, great exposure for Anaheim, and good for our community as visitors spent on hotels and merchandise. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. We will now address the City Council consent calendar. The items 1 through 19 are before us. Are there any members of the council who wish to remove an item for further discussion? Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Items 3 and 13, please.
Okay, seeing no others, do we have a motion
Move
for?
the balance.
I'll second.
Oh.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays. The motion carries with a recorded absence by Mayor Aiken.
Thank you. For item number 3, City Manager, do you want a full staff report? Just a question?
Just a very brief question, just to clarify, and I'm not sure if this is so much a question for you than it is for the city clerk, but I just wanted to make sure, so I looked at the 2025 Citizen Participation Plan. I think item J talks about the retention of records, and that it's the following records will be maintained for 5 years. I just want to make sure that that's based on the policy and schedule that we, I think, just updated, Madam City Clerk. Wanted to make sure there was no conflicts there.
That's in collaboration when we did the retention schedule. We did work with the departments, and they're looking at their different record series and their documents. So if coming from the department and working with collaboration, that would be reflective in our retention schedule. But I'll have the director expand on it more.
Sometimes we have longer retention because of the requirements of the funding source. So in this case, the public service is related to our HUD, to all of our HUD grants, our community development block grant, and what have you.
Got it. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was on the same page. Thank you. That was it. I will move the item.
Second.
Thank you.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays. The motion carries with the recorded absence by Mayor Aiken.
All right, thank you. Now, item 13, would you like a staff report on that?
No staff report needed. I just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight the Access program. And I know that that city staff has been doing a lot of work to address homelessness in our communities. And I think our residents are seeing the impact of it. And this is just one of a multi-pronged approach that we're taking. And I think this is very, very important to highlight. I want to say that we may be the only city that is doing this. I'll let you correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm seeing that yes, it is, that we are. And so I just wanted to highlight this and say congratulations and thank you for the continued work, as well as the City Attorney's Department. I think this is one of those, this was a top priority for probably all of us up here, as it was for our residents. And to hear from residents, obviously I'm not sure if we'll ever get to a point where we've 100% solved this for absolutely everybody. But for residents to come up and say, hey, we notice that the city has been doing a lot of really good work to help address some of the things that we've been seeing in our community, I think that's great and something to celebrate. So again, just wanted to say thank you, congratulations, and very, very happy to move this item forward.
Thank you. That is a great program. Anybody else have any questions on that? Would you like to move the item?
I'll move it. I'll second.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays. Motion carries with record absence by Mayor Aiken.
Thank you. That concludes our consent calendar. Next on our business calendar is a District 1 appointment to the Public Utilities Board. Councilmember Bayless, do you have an appointment recommendation for District 1?
I do, yes. I'd like to appoint Ivan Castillo, please.
Ivan. Okay, we have a vote.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays. The nomination moves forward.
Okay, and now we have not finished our closed session, so do we not report out on closed session yet, and we will just recess the meeting?
I can report on items 1 through 4, no reportable action, and we're going to move back to item 5.
Okay, thank you. And we have no remaining speakers, so you guys want to, we'll recess in a minute, but do you want to do agenda setting or anything like that? So all we have to do is close when we're done with the, okay. So let's see. Is there any requests by council members for agenda setter? Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Along with Councilmember Bayless, I'd like to get a resolution for Centralia School District as they celebrate their 150th anniversary.
That's great, thanks. Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Thank you. Sorry. I'd like to get I think it's a proclamation for the Orange County Buddhist Church Girl Scout Group, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. City Manager, I was wondering if you could provide me with some clarity on the graffiti removal process. I know we've seen an uptick in West Anaheim in District 2 on graffiti, I think in other parts of the city as well. And after a neighborhood meeting, there was a resident that asked the question of when the graffiti is removed, and from my understanding, it should be removed 24 hours after we see it. I'd like to know if our pictures being taken and sent to our police department for them to know who's tagging and all of that, because I've heard 2 different answers to that question. And so I just want to make sure that we have clarity. And if that isn't the process, then if that's something that we might be able to look into, if that would be helpful for our police department to have that information as we're addressing this.
Thank you. And Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Thank you. And just to expand on that, it could just be a council memo, but I would like to see the number of reports for graffiti. That I know it has gone up, and I know we are diligently reporting on Anaheim Anytime, and that is supposed to go to the police department, but if we could get a report on what that looks like. And then also an update from the gang enforcement department or division of the Anaheim PD. I'd like to see what that looks like in our community as of late. Is there more gang activity? I mean, I live in District 3. There does appear to be more gang activity in the area, so sometimes graffiti is an indicator. So, okay, perfect. And then I would just also like to request, and I know this was requested at a later council meeting, but it's, I think, probably enough time, finance has had enough time to review options for looking at potential revenue opportunities in our city, whether it's a parking assessment, or a gate, I won't say tax, but some sort of a gate assessment, ticket assessment across our city. I'm just looking for the overview on what these funding sources might look like if we were able to pursue that. And then I would also like to request an update on the enforcement mechanisms for the state rent control conversation that we've had, I think, quite a bit. At this point, it's probably time to get an update and how we as a city could implement that enforcement here in our city. Thank you.
All right. Council, are you up again? Councilmember Bayless?
Apologize. I'm going to add on one more to the graffiti report. I'd really like to see a heat map included with that, say, over the last 2 months.
Okay, we will now recess back to closed session. We still have some items to cover there. We will continue the regular council meeting for tonight, but with no other business before the city. Oh, do we need to report out of
Just a
closed
report
session?
on item 5, no reportable action.
Okay, thank you. And with no other business before the city council, we will adjourn this meeting in memory of Armando Diego and Tony Banda. And we will adjourn until September 9th.